This is categorized as Class 4. These are females born March through April, preceding the calendar year of Junior Nationals. We have 2 entries in this junior class. Bell Billy's Diamond, entered by Bell Longhorns. Okay. All right, then. Do you have the names of the peewees? All right, got to switch gears. Tell you what, you got to keep that 90 weight going in that transmission here, because we will start with, is this showmanship or just an exhibit? Okay, so, wow. All right, we're going to start with Sutton Johnson and Harley Anzaldua. I hope, if I butchered your name, come and tell me, please. Anzaldua. And we'll begin with those 2 peewees. Mr. Kenny Burns is your judge this morning for the youth show. He comes from a big sheep ranch near Paonia, and he usually lives in a sheep camp. But we got him to town, so he's going to evaluate your peewee showman and the rest of the youth division. When you guys get the opportunity, if these people are present, please thank the Casey family Longhorn operation. They are big sponsors of the prizes in the youth category of the Longhorn show today. The Casey family Longhorn company.
Good morning. We'll get this day started with these two young ladies that hopefully have a very upcoming bright future in the Longhorn show. Ask them a couple of questions. Pretty smart. And young girls, congratulations. I'm glad you made it here, and hopefully we'll get to see you next year. Okay?
What are their names again? What are their names again? Oh, thank you.
Body's gonna need your help.
We're gonna have to help each other, baby. Yeah, it's like the blind leading the blind. Where did they go? Oh, okay. Sutton Johnson. Let's give Sutton Johnson and Haley a big round of applause. They truly are peewees. That's pretty cool. Now, we'll go into the regular youth division, class 4. Thank you, Eric. As I announced before, these are heifers. I assume they're heifers. Females, I guess. Yeah, these are heifer calves born April and March 2025. So we have entry number 9, Billy Bob. Oh, wait a minute. Goodness gracious. And entry number 16.
So this is the open and regular.
This is Diamond Lil and the Longhorn LLC company, Bell Longhorns. And Diamond Lil, entry number 9, will be shown by Emma Velasquez. Entry number 16 is Emmylou Hayes and will be shown by Wyatt Pitch. These are the two junior females. They will be class winners, and this will also determine the junior champion female and reserve. So they get gathered up. I believe here comes Wyatt. And Emma will follow, I'm sure, shortly. Class 4, females born March through April 2025.
start the junior heifer show here this morning. It's a nice pair of heifers. I'm going to use the young lady's heifer as class winner, black one as second. I like the confirmation on the white heifer, showing a little more flesh, which, yeah, okay, give or take. Growth, I believe she's probably going to really excel and be an awesome heifer. Like to see just a little bit more on the black heifer. Nice horn pattern. She's going to have probably a little more horn growth than what the first place heifer is, but that's the way they're going to be.
Results from that junior female class, your class winner and junior champion is entry number 9, Diamond Lil. That was shown by Emma Grace. And second, and your second in class, and your junior reserve champion female was Emmylou Hayes, George Strait's girlfriend. So, and that was shown by Wyatt Pitch. Next, we'll go into okay. So, wait. All right, we've got a single entry, number 7, and this female these are females born September through December, preceding the calendar year of Junior National Show. Entry number 7.
How's your day going so far today? Good. Nice heifer here. I believe this young heifer can stand some competition. I believe she'll look pretty good when she comes back out for division. Like the confirmation. Nice young project there.
Results from Class 8. That was Marta, and that was shown by Brody Swans. Next up is Class 9. These are females born May through August 2nd, preceding calendar year of the Junior National Show. So we have entry number 11, entry 21, and entry number 6. Entry 11, 21, and 6. 3 females entered in this Class 9. We're in the youth halter division of the Longhorn show. Good. Texas Longhorn Show at the 2025 Colorado State Fair.
start this class with these young ladies, red and white heifer. She's got some stretch, like the depth of rib to her. When she gets out, she strides, she picks them up, moves real well. Like I say, she's got the length, fairly square, got nice horn set to her. Young man's heifer here in second, kind of my problem one. She's growthy. She doesn't quite have the stretch that the number one heifer does. Horn set, she's going to make possibly pretty good cow later on down the road for horns. She gets out and strides real well, but that's where we're at. Third place heifer, probably the smallest heifer in the bunch, lightest. Nice horn set to her. She will definitely can handle more competition later on down the road, I believe.
All right, the results of Class 9. In first place was entry number 11. Heifer's name was Belle Penny, and shown by Emigres Velasquez. In second place was Godiva, entry number 6. Shown by Brody Swants. And in third place, entry number 21, Winnie Trays. Okay. And that was shown by Mick Velasquez. In Class 10, we've narrowed it down to a single entry. Entry number 3, these are females, a female born January through April, second preceding calendar year of Junior Nationals. So this female or heifer was born January 11th, 2024. Once again, the Casey Family Longhorn Company is the sponsor for the Youth Division Awards. They're not listed in your premium book, but I was given that notice earlier this morning. So if the Casey family is here, please thank them. It's
Young lady's red heifer here is awesome to look at. She's got some depth. She's got some stretch to her. Nice horn pattern that's going to come in, I believe, later on. Do an awesome job for her. Definitely one that, it wish there was some more competition out here. Thank you.
all right, results of Class 10. Entry number 3, Calvary Top Dollar. I guess that's how you say that. Calvary Top Dollar. And that was shown by Miss Paisley Widows. She is your class winner. She'll return for the Division Grand and Reserve Drive later this morning. Next up will be Class 11. These are females born third preceding calendar year of the Junior National Show. Entry 4, 12, 5, and 18. That's what I just was given, so you bet. Okay, good. The youth award sponsor is the Casey Ranch Longhorns, and their outfit is in Calhoun, Colorado, out there east Colorado Springs. Casey Ranch Longhorns. Calhoun, Colorado, sponsored the Youth Division Awards.
As we start in this class, we're going to use this young pair up here. Like kind of what's going on there. It's kind of, yeah, I want to say it's a little tough to, do the heifers with coupons on the side. But anyway, I'm going to use the pair at the front, like the depth, stretch of the female, horn set. Calf is doing pretty good. Second place, looking at basically the same style, conformation, programs, like the teat sets on both of those heifers, or cows I should say, not heifers. Young man with the heifer out here amongst the pairs, really like the horn set, the depth, bone structure. Young man, this last pair, I kind of have a problem with 1/4 on the bag. That's why you're going to be down here at the bottom end. Otherwise, real nice competition here. Thank you all.
All right. Results from class 11. There were some pairs in there, but my class description does not say that. That's quite a challenge. And then the weapons on top of the poles of these cattle make it a little more challenging too. But in first place, we've got Miss Teen USA. And that was shown by Miss Emma Velasquez. In second place, entry number 12, Hot Butterscotch. That's a pretty apropos name. And that was a Bell Longhorn, and that was Mick Velasquez. In third place, Freya, shown by Brody Swantz. And in fourth, Shiraz 32. And that was shown by Wyatt Pitch. Now, I believe we're going to have our Grand and Reserve Texas Longhorn female drive in the youth division. So we'll need entry 9, entry 7, entry 11, entry number 3, and entry number 5. Now, some of those entries were owned and exhibited by one exhibitor. Emma Grace has exhibited at least two class winners, and so has Brody Swantz. So I think it'll take a minute or two for them to get organized, and then we'll have the champion Texas Longhorn female drive for the youth show here in just a few minutes. This is unique. For those of you outside that have hit the Colorado State Fair early, you need to come in here and see this. This is quite an event. Very, very different than most of your state fair animal entries. If they brought that one son of a gun back on, laddie, we need to just charge separately to see him. He's quite an exhibit. He is. I don't know his name, but it's probably Samson or something. I don't know, but he's a big one, and it's pretty awesome to see something like that. All right, got our heifers and cattle returning for the Grand Champion Youth Texas Longhorn Female Drive. Yes, sir. Yes, it was. All right, in the grand drive from our young class, 2025 model females, we have Diamond Lil, and then we have it, which is entry number 9. Then entry number 7, our class winner from class 8 is Marta, and that's shown by Brody Swants. From class 9, we have entry number 11, Belle Penny, shown by Emigres Velasquez. Class 10, we have Calvary Top Dollar. That was entry number 3, shown by Paisley Widows. And then in our last older cow calf and one heifer in that class, but it was females born preceding calendar year of the Junior National Show. We had entry number 5, shown by Emma Velasquez. So there's some substitutes here, I think. We got the pair. It's a good looking pair. So turn it over to Mr. Burns. All right, our grand champion female was entry number 7 from class 8, and that is Marta. I hope that's shown by Brody Swants. I hope I didn't get the exhibitor wrong, but that is your champion, grand champion, youth division, Texas Longhorn female. So all right. Forgive me, please. I made a mistake. Entry 11 is your champion? Okay, pardon me. I'm sorry. I guess they weren't in order. So I need to correct myself. Entry 11, Belle Penny, is your, from class 9. That is your champion, Texas Longhorn Youth Division Grand Champion female, class 9. So in second place, we needed Godiva to come back, and she did enter the ring to compete for the reserve champion Texas Longhorn Youth Female Division. Thank you. And our reserve champion female is entry 5, which is Miss Teen USA. You're a good hand, young man. You are a good hand. Hang tough, buddy. Okay, forgive me. I've needed a lot of correction. So, um, so what we have for the overall grand champion female, we have entry 9 and entry 11. And they are contending for grand champion Texas Longhorn Youth Division, champion female and reserve grand champion female.
In the drive for grand champion, I'm going to use the young lady's heifer, the red and white heifer. Seeing a very long life there as far as patterns, horn development. Congratulations.
All right. Your grand champion, Texas Longhorn Youth Division female, is entry number 11, Belle Penny, and that was exhibited by Emigres Velasquez. Your reserve champion was entry number 9, Diamond Lil, and that wasn't Emma. I'm not sure who the exhibitor was, but Emma was the showman for both in the class divisions, but number 11 is your champion female, and number 9 is your reserve. Now, I may need to retract this later, but I think we're moving into our oh, pardon me. Wow. Okay, so okay. Forgive me for naming the reserve prematurely. So, entry 5, which was our reserve senior, is now coming back in the ring for reserve grand champion female. Forgive me, I didn't keep track. So entry 5 has assumed her position to be considered for reserve grand overall Texas Longhorn female in the youth division.
For reserve, I'm going to use the pair. Like the pair, like what they represent on both sides of the aspect and longevity.
All right, the pair, the entry 5 pair from class 11 is your accurate reserve champion, Texas Longhorn female in our youth show division. Entry 5, that's Miss Teen USA. And I'm pretty confident those two young men are brothers, but I don't have their names on my sheet, but I sure would like to recognize them. Because their names aren't Emma. I guarantee you that. So, but congratulations to those exhibitors and those cattle. All right. They're going to change it. All right. Now we're going to move into our bull and steer Texas Longhorn division in the youth show. And we have, all right, we had 2 entries, number 17 and number 8. So unless another bull shows up, these will also be named your grand and reserve champion bull for the Texas Longhorn Youth Division. Showmen and exhibitors, if you need supplies and anything like that, please visit Big R. They've been wonderful sponsors for the 2025 Colorado State Fair. Our supply wagons packed up and left after the market weekend, and Big R has about everything you need. 2 locations. We try to support the sponsors and recognize them throughout the show for their generosity.
As we start the bull class here and realizing this is the grand and reserve bulls, I'm going to go with the black and white bull, showing a little more expression, definitely quite a bit bigger bull, longer in length. we're kind of picking and choosing here because of conditioning scores between the two. The young man's bull here in second. Definitely like what's starting to get started and get going there. Congratulations, gentlemen.
All right, in our Youth Texas Longhorn show, our grand champion bull was entry number 8, Cole. And that was entered by Shelby Moore and shown by Brody Swance. And our reserve champion bull was entry number 17, Buck Fever, shown by Mr. Wyatt Pitch. Now we're going to change gears and go into our steer division. We have a single entry junior steer, number 19. You can say whatever you want.
Single entry steer here, definitely one that can, needs some competition out here. It's definitely hard to really place one individual, but it does happen and will happen. But anyway, young man, nice start on hopefully what will be a good steer later on down the road.
All right, congratulations to our champion junior steer. That was entry number 19. That was Big John. And that steer calf was born February 26th of 25. He's registered, and he was entered by Chris Johnson and shown by Mr. Wyatt Pitch. Mr. Pitch has been in and out of the ring. He is a Longhorn cattle handler, and he does a very good job. Now we're going to move into our senior steer division. The announcer's paying a little better attention. We have another single entry for Class 30. Class 30 is entry number 2. First call for Class 31 would be entry number 1. Class 30 are steers born September through December preceding the calendar year of the Junior National Show. So this entry was born he calved on October 9th, 2024. And that red-eyed steer is right there. Being evaluated as we look on.
Another single entry class here. Young steer's got some potential there in horn development. Hopefully, get moving. And once again, boy, wish there was a few more out here for the competition.
Next up, Class 31, entry number 1. Single entry again. Class 31, entry number 1 in our Youth Texas Longhorn Show. In this class, the steers were born May through August 2024.
We'll go ahead and place that steer as class winner. Nice steer, awesome future. Yeah, he just kind of clobbered his leader a little bit.
That's a tough young man there, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand. If you think this is easy, come try. That's all I got to say, because that young man has handled nobody in 4-H or FFA has had to go through anything quite like that, and I admire his toughness. That was Mr. Walden Widows. And in now is another single entry. A little bit older steer, born January through April. He calved April 15th of 2024. This is entry 13.
Again, another single entry in the steer class. Steer's definitely showing some horn pattern to him, possibly, hopefully maybe a long life for, a trophy steer of some sort. But anyway, get these guys back out here and see what we got.
All right, your class champion, grabbing that premium money, is Salty Jessie. And that was shown by Emma Grace Velasquez. She'll come back for the champion senior steer round, which will happen after class 33, where we have entry number 14 and entry number 20. This is our oldest steer class. The Texas Longhorn Association goes by birth date for their categories. They don't necessarily recognize weight. And as I've said before, ladies and gentlemen, as we get some age on these Longhorns, those horns and their heads become more impressive with age. This is class 33, entry number 14 and number 20. After that, we will have the senior steer champion drive.
on this big set of steers, it comes to a point in time to me, as long as I've fitted cattle, roaded cattle, this, that, so on and so forth, looking at the characteristics of the breeds and so on and so forth, realizing the steer that wins this class is probably the one to me that holds the truest definition of the Texas Longhorn, and the fact that he is not real fleshy, whereas the steer in second is more of a fleshy kind of, is fleshier. And if we're going to stay with what I believe is the traditions of the Texas Longhorn, we need to give a little bit here and let this calf win.
Results of Class 33, our oldest steers at the show for the youth division of the Texas Longhorn Show. First place for Class 33 was entry number 20, Maverick 300, and that was shown by Wyatt Pitch. And second place was entry number 14, Salty Carl, and that was shown by Mick Velasquez. Now we'll name our champion senior steer. That is our next class, so we need all senior steer class champions back. I think that's entry number 19 from the youngest class, entry number 2, entry number 1, entry number 13, and entry number 20. If they can return to the ring, they will compete for champion steer, senior steer division.
In the drive for the senior steer here, definitely got to use the gentlemen that are out of the last class, for the simple fact that we've got the mass and the horn, the color, the things that I believe what the Texas Longhorns stand for. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to entry number 20, Maverick 300. That was exhibited and led by Wyatt Pitch. He is your champion senior steer. Now second place, Salty Carl, entry number 14, will return. And Mr. Burns will choose a reserve champion senior steer. Give these young people a round of applause. It's a lot of work to handle these Longhorns. This is not your everyday steer show.
The reserve steer is going to be this young man here with the, what do you want to say, a brown and white calf. They're again trying to not cutting the performance of the other cattle, but to keep with like I commented earlier, the tradition of the Longhorns. Come on out, young man.
Okay. Congratulations, our reserve champion senior steer is entry number 1, Donnie Carlos. And still don't know the young exhibitor's name. I don't think it's correctly typed on here, but those young men in the black felt hats and their turquoise cinch shirts are doing a heck of a job today. So now our champion senior steer is shown by Mr. Wyatt Pitch. It's entry number 20, Maverick 30. Our champion junior steer is entry number 19, shown by Wyatt Pitch. So he's got a helper out there. No. Yes, okay, yes. So the champion junior steer is entry 19. And the champion.
I'm going to stick to my belief, and I'm going to use the young man's older steer here. Just I think we got a good combination there of the horn, the color pattern, and the beliefs of what we're doing. And I'm going to use the reserve steer that followed him up in that senior class for reserve.
All right, your grand champion Texas Longhorn steer in the youth division is entry number 20, shown by Wyatt Pitch. And your reserve grand champion Texas Longhorn steer in the youth division is entry number 14, shown by Mick Velasquez. Now, are we going into youth showmanship? Is that accurate? Okay, now we're going to switch back to showmanship. We got our Pee Wee's class completed at the beginning of the show at 9 o'clock. Now we're going to transition to the junior showmanship portion of the Texas Longhorn Youth Division. Our single entry junior showman is Mr. Brody Swants, and he has had plenty of work this morning already. He's been in and out of the ring a dozen times, seems like, and he's a pretty good hand. So let's recognize Mr. Brody Swants. He'll be bringing his Longhorn exhibition here pretty soon. Intermediates, you're on deck after Mr. Swants gets his project or his exhibit shown for the showmanship portion. Once again, your youth award sponsors are the Casey Ranch Longhorns from Calhoun, Colorado. Mr. Kenny Burns is our judge for the youth division. He is, I don't know how many years he has helped FFA and 4-H kids, but it's been many, many years that he has volunteered in State Fair, National Western, FFA Heifer Wrangle. He has helped youth on the county, regional, and national level for many, many years. He's a rancher from Hotchkiss, Colorado, and he and his wife, Teresa, all of their volunteer time is geared towards youth livestock exhibitors, especially on the beef cattle side.
Single entry in this junior class. Young man that told me a good story about the calf, everything else, and hopefully he enjoys the longevity of the program and being able to move on throughout the programs. Congratulations.
Mr. Swants deserves a huge round of applause. That young man has been working hard all morning. And just because you see him out here doesn't mean the work quits behind our announcer stand. He's worked hard to get here. He's had to put in some time last night. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of time to get these cattle ready to even come in the show ring. Congratulations, Brody Swants. He is your champion junior Texas Longhorn youth showman. Up next are our intermediates. So we have Mick Velasquez, Paisley Widows, Weldon Widows, and Wesley Anzaldua. These are your intermediate Texas Longhorn Youth Division showmen.
Each one of these young exhibitors proceeded to inform me about their animal, done a very nice job in presenting their knowledge of the pedigrees and backgrounds, so on and so forth. Young man down here, this is his first time out and doing this. I think he's, you keep working at it. You pay attention to these guys up here. And don't be afraid to go out in that barn and ask for a little assistance in understanding more about what you do. You've got a great future, believe me. For you young ones here, I know that you've both have shown, I've seen you guys several times in several places. You're doing a very awesome job. Keep up the good work. You will be 1, you will be 2, this young man will be 3.
All right, let's, our intermediate champion showman is Mr. Mick Velasquez. And second, and our reserve champion intermediate showman is Miss Paisley Wedos. And third is Wesley Anzaldua. And let's honorable mention Mr. Weldon Widows. He's the one that took the shot earlier this morning from that steer. His hat protected him. He's okay, but he's obviously banged up a little bit. But I'd like honorable mention to that young man. That was he got up, got that calf out of the ring, and he's a tough individual. So let's give Mr. Weldon Widows and the other intermediates a big round of applause, please. Next up, we have a teen division. This young lady we've seen all morning since 9 o'clock, and this is Emma Grace Velasquez. If I'm a betting man, that might be Mick's older sister. But I've been known to be wrong this week a few times. So in the ring now, with that nice profiling younger Longhorn, is Emma Grace Velasquez. And then I think they're going to see if Wyatt's going to come out. So yes, this is your senior Texas Longhorn showman, Mr. Wyatt Pitch. He traded, but I don't know if he traded up or traded down. But he's making it into the showmanship round. He's been in and out of the ring all morning long. Folks, if you're waiting outside, come on in. This is pretty fun. This is the Texas Longhorn Show. And it's if you paid your gate fee, this is a nice set of cattle to look at. These are descendants of the original North American cattle that were driven in the early 1800s, clear down from South Texas.
we have two divisions here, so we have class winners in both divisions. These young people, it is, when I asked you about your cattle, you told me, you gave me the history, the pedigrees, and that's something that's pretty important at times, because breeders do like to know that. Judges like to know that. Your information was very good and very quick and very responsive back to me. But anyway, congratulations. I hope you've had a good fair. We'll see you next year.
I did. I've mentioned them many times. You bet. Your teen champion, Texas Longhorn Showman, is Miss Emma Grace Velasquez, and your seniors, Mr. Wyatt Pitch. Let's give those kids a round of applause. And the youth sponsors, the Casey Ranch Longhorns in Calhoun, Colorado, have sponsored the youth category awards for the 2025 Texas Longhorn Show at the Colorado State Fair. Casey Ranch Longhorns. Not sure what kind of awards they sponsored, but the generosity and the consideration is appreciated. Our haltered regular division will start at 10 o'clock. So we'll have a little break. Rick Leone is flying in. And when he's ready, we will start the next category for the Longhorns show at 10 o'clock. Once again, if you guys want backdrop photos, Beverly Englert is here. She's been our photographer for the duration and for many years at the Colorado State Fair. She's a wonderful photographer, and she has the backdrop. If you want backdrop pictures with your exhibits, and she may have a designated time after the Longhorn show is over. All right. Rick Leone's private plane landed. Dr. Leone is here. And we're going to start with the haltered category of the Texas Longhorn Show. We've got a single entry female for class 1330. And this is number 1055. And that's all I'm supposed to say. Class number 1330. This heifer was born, this is a heifer calf born March through April of 2025. And this is entry number 1055. All right. This is a familiar face in the Longhorn Show this morning. This is class 1330, entry number 1055.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Open Longhorn Show. I'm happy to be here and look at the cattle today. We're going to start off with this single entry heifer. Super nice, higher performing heifer. She comes with a lot of mass and dimension, and you got to really admire that about her. Female, it's very level top, ties together very smoothly and uniformly, shows a lot of quality. I'd maybe like to relax her just a touch in her pasture and give her a little better contact at the surface, but otherwise a really nice individual entry, and we'll see how she compares against some of the other class winners. Congratulations.
Results of class 1330. Diamond Lil, and that is your class winner. And I think she is your champion haltered female. Junior champion haltered female. Thank you. And owned by Robin Toft. That's what it says. It says she brought a semi-load of these cattle. All right. Now we've gone to an older division. The Longhorns are unique in that they are categorized by birth date only. There isn't a weight deal. Most of your purebred cattle are on birth date, but they don't weigh these to come in like they would in a junior 4-H exhibition. This is entry number 1116 in the haltered portion of our Texas Longhorn show.
So as we keep going with our show, another single entry, a little bit older heifer, but this black and white female offers a lot. Got to appreciate the levelness through her top line. Also really appreciate that she shows a little maternal swoop and depth there to that navel, and we appreciate seeing that at this point. She's showing a really appropriate or adequate amount of horn development, about the right diameter, about the right type of growth. We don't want to see those horns coming too upright or straight yet at this point of the game, so she's showing a lot of nice lateral spread that we really like to see. Appreciate her depth of jaw, a little broadness to her muzzle already, even as a young heifer, and again, a very maternal type of female. We're not trying to make them look like other breeds, but we do really want to constantly evaluate structural soundness. It's actually a really important aspect of the Longhorn breed. And again, in this female, I'd like to just see a little longer step, a little bit more relaxed or softer cushion at the surface. But another really extremely high quality female. Congratulations to the exhibitor.
Results from class 1334, that was entry number 1116. That was Marta, and that was owned, the breeder or owner is Shelby Moore. Next up, we have 3 entries in class 1335, and these heifers were born between May and August of 2024. We have entry 1457, 1456, and 1018.
So I'm going to go ahead and talk this class as it happens to stand. And I think we have a lot to say about the female that I'm going to let win the class here in our brindle and white. This is a female that does some things extremely well, and I want to make sure the owner and the other exhibitors realize that. She is extremely sound. She has that reach, that softness in her pastern without being too soft, and the right degree of set in her hock, which is really important. At the same time, she's a bold-ribbed female that ties together really smoothly. She's starting to look like a cow. She's showing a little more center body and maturity that way. To me, she's very adequate in her horn. She's very feminine in her horn design while still showing plenty of horn growth. And so I think there's a lot of good things in that female to focus on. Then I think it's a lot closer decision to my second and third, and I think you could do a lot of different things. I'm going to go ahead and start with our kind of line-backed heifer and let her be in second. She's a female that compared to the one behind her, balances up better. She's longer-sided, and as a consequence, that just gives her an advantage in skeletal integrity that we're going to stick with in second. And then our heifer that we come in third with is a female that you have to appreciate how much horn growth she's already showing, and that's very important to this breed. She's got a lot of diameter already at this point, but she just becomes a little shorter sided and maybe doesn't quite have that skeletal design, but has a lot to offer in an extremely high quality female in close decision in second and third. Congratulations.
All right, results from class 1335. In first place was entry number 1457, Belle Penny, and that's from Bell Longhorns. In second place was Winnie Trace, and that again was owned by Bell Longhorns. And in third was Godiva, owned by Shelby Moore. Next up, we have two entries in class 1336. We have entry number 1403 and 1400. In the arena now is class 1336, entry number 1403 and 1400.
I think for those of you watching, some might think this is an easy decision or a quick decision, and it's actually not. I'm actually going to let the cattle stand how they are for the placing, but I want to make sure that everybody understands a few things. The gentleman here is obviously having a little trouble. This heifer's not wanting to cooperate today, but that doesn't hurt him at all. This isn't a showmanship class. It's my job to look at the cattle, and so there's some trade-offs between these two heifers, and I'm going to tell you why I start with the black and white. She is not the more massive or three-dimensional animal. There's no doubt about that. But we have to be careful and remember what we're evaluating, and we're evaluating Longhorn cattle. And while we want structural integrity and skeletal integrity, there's also some other really important aspects that we're looking at. And one of those is horn shape and growth, and how we see that animal as kind of an athletic creature out in a big kind of range environment. And I think this heifer has an advantage. She definitely has a strong advantage in the shape and curl to her horn, the set to her horn, and how that's developing. We have to remember for Longhorn steers and the progeny she'll produce down the road, that skull, that horn is going to be one of the most valuable things she can do. So I'm going to let her start this class, understanding there's some big trade-offs. Our heifer that comes in next is definitely, this young lady's done such a beautiful job showing her, and she's the animal that's ready to come in here and get things done. We talked about wanting him to be softer at the surface. This heifer goes a little too far, and her pasterns are a little long. She's got some long horn growth. She's in much better condition, and as a consequence, gets heavier in her brisket, and it starts to throw her off balance. So while I appreciate how much more three-dimensional she is in the extra condition, she does get a little off balanced, and then she's got a little bit of an issue with just the type of horn growth that she's showing, how quickly that's wanting to come around, and the downward turn to that. And she may make me wrong as that horn grows, but today we'll just let her give up some of those advantages and be in second, but we can change these around over time. Congratulations.
All right, results of class 1336. Thank you, Dr. Leone. In first place, entry number 1403, Osceola, and that was IM Bar Longhorns. And in second place was Calvary Top Dollar, which is exhibited by Jeff and Jordan Widows. Up next is our females born in 2023. We actually have 4 entries. Need entry number 1019, 1458, 1203, and entry 1404. After this class, we will get into after this class, we will name our champion senior haltered female. And then from there, we will go into our grand champion haltered female.
So as we go through the day, I'll try to make sense, and there will be classes that I think the quality runs extremely deep, and unfortunately, I have to place all 4 animals, and so I think this is definitely that class that you could place a lot of different ways. So I'm going to start with what I did, and I'll try to make sense as I go. So what I'm looking for as I evaluate the cattle is I want them, especially at this point, to start to look maternal in their design. I want to see good balance. I want to see some center body. I'm not trying to make them look like something they aren't, but foraging capacity, center body, that ability to be maternal and broody is important in any breed. We don't want to overly emphasize it in the Longhorn, but I just think this female comes in and does that so extremely well. For those that had a calf in this class, I get to look at their udder. I think she's got an extremely nice udder with really appropriate teat placement and spacing, and she's very strong structurally in terms of the angle at her hock and how she meets the surface. So I think just a very high quality female to start this class with. I would maybe like to see a little more lateral extension in her horn. I think she's going to be a female that's going to be able to hit that 60-inch spread, hopefully, as she matures. I would sure hope so. That's my only reservation about her, is just wanting to ensure that I was going to have adequate horn growth in her. The female that we come to in second does a lot of the same things. She's definitely a little bit stouter feature type of female, but to a little bit that's her disadvantage as well. She carries just a little bit more depth in her brisket, starts to throw her off balance just a little bit. She's a little crustier in her neck and the way her neck comes out. But that's beating up a really good female. Again, in terms of femininity, udder, positioning, placement, teat size, really good. She gets a little bit narrower pinned. She's obviously had this calf and had no problem calving, but I'd like to see just a little greater width in her pin. But an extremely good female. There is no doubt this gal is never going to be in question for horn growth. Tremendous growth already. She's probably going to be, I would anticipate, one of those almost kind of record-breaking females as she matures, and that does mean a lot, and so we got to really respect that here today. So congratulations to first and second. I'll move into third, and the heifer I'm using in third is the other pair, and this female to me follows that pattern a lot of our first and second place animals, but maybe just a little less to her. And we don't want to just completely, we're not here to size them or scale them out, but a female that just gives up a little bit in terms of skeletal dimension, width, and all of those things that we're looking for, but an extremely good female, beautiful horn growth, really nice female. The heifer I put in fourth, I think you could argue a lot of different ways, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you my concerns about her. An extremely high quality female, so I don't want to sound overly critical. Young man, we'll just have you turn in profile here as I talk to you. Really beautiful female. Got to appreciate how well presented she is today. That tail head and that slope to her hip gets a little high. And in Longhorns especially, we actually want just a small amount of a desirable slope. It's important for calving ease and what that breed is doing, and she gets just a little high there. Again, a really nice female. We're beating her up for a lot of things. She has tremendous turn to her rib shape, extremely feminine, beautiful horn growth, beautiful color pattern. So congratulations to all 4 exhibitors on a really nice, high-quality class.
Okay, we'll have our senior female champion drive. We'll need the class winner. We need Marta, and we need Penny, Osceola, and we need to bring that pair back, Miss Teen USA. This will be our champion senior haltered female. Class 1338. If we can have all of our senior female class winners, please. Before head, I believe, Miss Teen USA, Osceola, Penny, and Marta. I believe the class is complete. Is that true, Mr. Laka? All right. Dr. Leone can carry on.
I'm gonna talk these standing as they are, and I'll kind of give away who I'm picking for champion reserve. I believe this is a division, correct? Yes. So we'll let you stand there, and I'll talk them, and I'll let you know what I'm going to do as we talk about them. So I'm going to start and award champion honors over here on my far left. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I'll just talk them a little bit. I think this female is one that you really want to take notice of. And if there's kind of an ideal that you want to strive for, I think that she comes very close to hitting that. We talked the slight criticism on her horns, and that's a lot to criticize on that much horn growth and beautiful shape already. Just wanting to be ensure she hits the mark there. But in terms of body shape, quality, structural soundness, balance, athleticism, she's just a really nice female to go to. For reserve, I'm going to come over here to our brindle and white female. Congratulations. And again, I want to just call a few things out on this gal. I want to know that she's going to have enough horn growth, and I think I'm going to be okay. But I'm going to give you that reservation, and time will tell, right? But another female that just in terms of presence, quality, the way she ties together, the stoutness of her bone, while still staying extremely sound and feminine, just another really nice standard to aspire to. So congratulations to both those exhibitors in this division.
Results for our champion senior haltered female. Our grand champion haltered senior female is Miss Teen USA. And in reserve was Penny from Bell Longhorns. Now, we're going to move into our grand champion haltered female class. So we need Miss Teen USA, that was our senior champion. And Diamond Lil from our junior category in the haltered female division. Need Diamond Lil and Miss Teen USA. This is for the overall grand champion haltered female.
So I won't talk the cattle too much more. I just want to make a few statements, and then I'll go pick a champion in reserve for the females. I think it's really important. Breeding cattle is very difficult, and it's a constant trade-off that we make in the traits we're selecting and what we're wanting to improve. So I just want to acknowledge that to all the breeders, how difficult that job is. It's a lot easier to talk about it than do it, and so congratulations to all of you that are here to do it. And as judges, I think the most important thing we can do with exhibitors is work with you and try to find a true north that we keep pointing to. And the females I'm going to pick, I think, really represent the Longhorn breed extremely well for what Longhorns are meant to do. Longhorns have several really important aspects that they contribute. One is calving ease and commercial operations. Another is for commercial-oriented females that are bred to more conventional beef breeds, but those gals go out and work in environments that other cattle can't. They also have a lot of fertility, and so they have a lot to offer, and it comes in a different type of package, and I really appreciate that and respect it. With that being said, I'm going to go pick your champion and then your reserve, and congratulations to the exhibitors in the female show.
Is there not going to be an overall champion altered? Because now we're into. Okay. Okay. Well, that's where I screwed up the other day. So, congratulations to. Whoops.
I made an error and I have to apologize. We have to switch that. And I apologize. That was my blunder. And our exhibitors are going to fix that, and I apologize. I apologize. I was talking and thinking, and I meant to go to my cow-calf pair, and I was just focused on something else, so I apologize, but congratulations to the exhibitors.
All right. Congratulations to Miss Teen USA, entry number 1203. Shelby Moore was the exhibitor. That is your grand champion haltered female. And reserve. What? Page are you on? Bell Penny. Oh, all right. And the reserve is Bell Penny from Bell Longhorns. And she came out of class 1335. So grand and reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now we move into okay, so we're into the mature category of the female division of the Texas Longhorn Association show. So this is class 1343. These females were born in 2018 or before, and we have two entries, 1158 and 1405. Again, these are mature, haltered females. These females were born in 2018 or before. We need entry number 1158 and entry 1405.
All right. So we're looking at our mature females here, and I think there's a lot of give and take in this class. I'm going to go ahead and start with our blonde and white speckled female. Female that, again, kind of follows the pattern of what I've been looking for today, just in terms of overall quality, depth, soundness, how she kind of balances up. I think she's got a lot of horn growth, and that's wonderful to see. I'd maybe like to see just a little more lateral extension of that curl. But otherwise, an extremely good quality, beautiful, mature female. And as we start to talk our second or our reserve here, I think that's where this female, in terms of her lateral spread to her horn, is amazing. It's not just a horn class, but in terms of horn growth, lateral spread, curl, that's a beautiful set of horns, amazing. A really good quality female, and I think maybe with a calf at her side, or I'm not sure where she's at in terms of her production, that might help her a little bit. Just a little bit heavier frontage. She's carrying more condition as that consequence of not having a calf right now. But a beautiful, long-sided, extremely high-quality female. Both these gals can go a long ways in the mature class, but excellent females, thank you. I apologize earlier. I don't know if you've noticed, but as I judge, I'm very spatial about where the cattle get positioned. And as I'm talking about other things, that helps me keep track of where I'm at. And I made a mistake, and I apologize. We actually pulled that female who I went up to and moved her around in front. And spatially, I'm already kind of thinking I know where I have the cattle at. And I'm thinking about a lot of things as I talk, and you watched me make a mistake and go to the wrong exhibitor, and I apologize for that, and I'll apologize to the exhibitors in person as well. I know that's a little heartbreaking, but again, I kind of had them spatially set where I thought they were, and we changed that order, and I made a mistake, and I apologize so much for that.
I think we can let Dr. Leone off the hook this time, maybe, but one big one. You bet. Congratulations to our champion mature haltered females. Those respectively, Diamond Dollar was your champion and class winner. She is 11. And our reserve, Anna Jammin, with that tremendous horn spread, that is owned by Miss Lana Pearson. And that particular cow is 9, and they were your class winner and second place, and they also sorted off to be your champion mature haltered female is Diamond Dollar, and your reserve champion mature haltered female is Windy Point Anna Jammin. Congratulations to those breeders and those exhibitors. Now we're going to move into our bull division, and we have class 1347 with our Longhorn exhibitors. We give them a little time to get reorganized. You kind of need to clear the alley, rehalter, and then come back out. There's some other things to consider when you're transitioning divisions in the Texas Longhorn Show. These are junior bulls. Mr. Locke reminded me this is your junior bull division. We have 3 entries, 1406, 1401, and 5700.
All right, as we get into our bull show, we don't really change the game completely, but there are some different things we look at. I think this is an interesting class. This is a class that has 3 very different animals in it. I asked the exhibitors their age, and it really doesn't start to factor into things. I was kind of curious where they were at. It really doesn't help with the decision at all. And so what we've got to do is step back and ask about our priorities and really stay true to that. So I'm going to let this class stand as it is, and then I'm going to try to justify to you why I'm doing what I am. I'm going to start with this red and white bull and let him win this class. And he does a couple of things extremely good, and then he has a few things like any animal that we might want to change. In terms of his horn placement and growth, I think he's spot on. I don't think he could be better. In terms of the shape of his muzzle and his head, I really appreciate that. You know, if in other breeds, or if we're doing a market steer class and somebody starts out by describing the shape of the head, you know, that judge is probably going to be discredited. But it's a little bit of a different matter here in the Longhorn breed because your breed type is so important to you. And I know there's been a lot of conversation within the Longhorn breed of staying true to that type, not having judges come in that want to just put them into the same cookie cutter as every other breed. So I'm going to continue talking about this animal. I like his length of side. I'd maybe like to see a little more fullness down through that lower quarter. I'm not trying to make him something he isn't, but he's a little lighter muscled. He's a little greener. Doesn't show quite as much growth, and those are the things I would fault about him. But in terms of overall balance, structural integrity, horn placement, and growth, I'm going to let him win this class. And I understand the animal I've got in second here, this black and white bull, is by far the biggest bull in the class and the growthiest, and I definitely appreciate that. And I love what he brings with that. I would like to lengthen him out just a little bit, and I don't mind him being a little higher behind than his shoulder at all, but I just question the structure of his hip a tiny bit in terms of how his hooks and pins balance up. And combined with him being a little short-sided, and then a little bit of a different angle to those horns, not quite as ideal in their placement. Unfortunately, in my opinion today, I leave him in second. The third place Brindle Bull, super nice individual, brings a ton of quality. He's not wanting to cooperate as much with this exhibitor today. But mostly what he just gives up maybe is a little of that overall balance and mass, and that's going to change a lot for him as he grows. Big wide horn base, kind of at some backward angle, which may all straighten out and turn out just fine, but we'd sure want to watch that. But he is a little narrower skulled, a little longer skulled animal, and again, we just want to see a little more maturity in him before we start to make too big of decisions about him. Thank you.
All right, let's congratulate our bull showman. And in the results for 1347, our first place is entry 1406. That was Buck Fever, I Am Bar Longhorns. In second place, entry number 1401, Cole, and that was exhibited by or owned by Shelby Moore. And in third was Windy Point Vincent John, and that owned by Lana Pearson. And I believe that would be your champion junior bull and reserve. Your champion junior bull would be Buck Fever, and Cole would be your reserve champion junior bull. Now we'll go run into an older bull category. This next single entry bull was born from anywhere from May to August of 2024. Entry number 1402.
So in our single entry class, we'll kind of just talk this bull as he stands. Super good, rugged individual. A lot of testicular circumference, a lot of just masculinity to him, a lot of ruggedness and mass, and I really appreciate that about the bull. Gets around the ring with plenty of athleticism and stretch and reach. The breed has really started to change from being on the outside looking in. And we can go ahead and, well, this young lady's going to have to stay in here, so I guess we can't let her out. But we're seeing a lot of total circumference of horn. And this bull just exceeds that a little bit for me. And that's my only reservation about him, an extremely nice individual. We just want to really maintain that very Longhorn characteristic shape and curl to that horn. And this is a bull that goes just a little beyond circumference for what I consider the ideal for that breed, but still a really good individual, and congratulations to the exhibitor.
All right, our placing for that is entry number 1402. That was Remington, and that's Miss Velasquez showing for Miss Shelby Moore, I believe. So, that is your champion senior bull, and I think we'll leave him in the ring. Getting a little bit irritated, I guess, and then we need to bring Buck Fever back so we can determine our grand champion haltered bull. So our senior bull in the ring now is Remington, and then if we can have Buck Fever return from the junior bull division, have our champion haltered bull class. So in the ring now from our junior bull division, we have our champion Buck Fever, number 1406, and then we have our reserve champion junior bull, who's Cole, and then we have our senior champion bull, Remington, and Remington and Buck Fever are competing for grand champion haltered bull, and then we'll name our reserve.
I'm just going to make a few comments, and then I'm going to go out and pick your champion reserve. Again, we're just kind of always comparing and looking to those standards. I voiced a little bit of concern about the circumference on this bull, but I'm not going to weigh that in my decision. I think as a breed, that's something for you all to solve and think about and see how that goes. And so I think all three individuals are really good quality. I think they show a lot of what the Longhorn breed is here for in terms of their athleticism, their structural integrity, what they bring in terms of horn shape, balance, color, all of those type of things. So congratulations on these halter bulls. I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic off and go pick a champion and reserve, and congratulations to the exhibitors that are here today.
All right, your grand champion haltered bull is Remington from the senior bull division, and reserve is Buck Fever from the junior bull division. And that junior bull reserve champion is I Am Bar Longhorns, and Remington was raised by Shelby Moore and exhibited by Miss Emma Velasquez. Thank you, Dr. Leone. That concludes our bull division and I think our haltered Longhorn show. Next up will be, we're just going to turn them loose, huh? Unhaltered. Unhaltered. And that is on page. That concludes our haltered show. Okay, so we have a special award, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Eric Toft, as this special award means a lot to people at the Colorado State Fair and our Longhorn family. Eric is busiest. Will you come visit? Okay, all right. When Eric is helping the main sponsor, which is Mrs. Nina Nell Clemenson.
You doing all right, bud?
Yeah.
Your ear ringing still?
No.
All right, that's better. All right. Like Mr. Soltz said, we've done a memorial buckle for, well, he was a Longhorn breeder. He was a superintendent here at Colorado State Fair for many years. He was our friend. He was my mentor when I started working with the Longhorn Association and the Colorado State Fair. Unfortunately, we lost Alan June of 2007 at the age of 48 years old. And since then, Friends of Longhorn, the family of Alan Clement. His mom is here in the arena with us to present this buckle this year, but we've done a buckle every year since that. So, on behalf of the Friends of the Longhorns, Colorado State Fair, and all the past buckle recipients standing in this arena today, we're going to present this to Kelly. Where is Kelly? Kelly Pearson has, he was out here a little bit ago showing a haltered heifer and two, and, he's been a good hand to all of us and helped raising with Lana. So, yeah, unfortunately, Kelly had walked off before he knew he was getting this, but we'll get him back here at some point, get him his buckle, get him his photos. But like I said, on behalf of the Colorado State Fair, the Friends of the Longhorn, this year's recipient will be Kelly Pearson.
Dr. Leone has that kind of reaction about daily, I think. All right. Need to be careful with my terminology, but I think these are heifer females that were born this spring. We have entry 5702, 5686, and 5542. And these are our junior females, junior non-haltered Longhorn females, born in the spring of 2025.
All right, well, let's have some fun. I think these loose classes are a lot of fun. Such a beautiful breed, such a great showcase to see them out here in this way. It's completely unique, really, to the Longhorn breed. They do pen shows with some of the other breeds, but it's still very different. So, again, I'm going to try to be consistent. We'll talk about what I'm seeing and the choices I make. I am going to go ahead and start with your red and white speckled female on the far right. That'll be tag 5686. I like what the stoutness that this female brings. She's adequate in her balance. I'm not going to say that she is extreme, but still a really high quality female. Beautiful femininity about her head and neck. Totally appropriate in her horn growth where she's at. Longhorns can come in a lot of different colors. We have one in here that doesn't offer as much, but we really don't place on color, but we at the same time can sure appreciate some of the beautiful color pattern they bring. So just a female that I think brings a lot of mass, dimensions, some muscularity while still staying very feminine. Then I think it's a close decision in second and third. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take your tag 5542, which is your black and white female, and I'm going to let her go into second. I think that she is an extremely feminine female that's extremely correct at the surface. She is not the pounds heavier animal between the two, but in terms of quality, balance, structure, I think that female has a lot to offer, and as you allow her to grow and develop, beautiful female. Our red female that lands in third today is another really nice female. I don't want to take anything away from that. She's got growth and performance. She's long-sided, but a female that maybe just gets a little bit heavier in her front, wedges a little bit the wrong direction, and doesn't hit the surface with quite as much cushion and softness as I would like. But all three really good quality females, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
All right, results. Class 1300 non-haltered Texas Longhorn females that were born between March and April of 2025. We had our class winner, who was 5686 Iron Line, owned by Travis Casey. In second place was Emmy Lou Hayes, owned by George Strait. No, I'm sorry. I Am Bar Longhorns. And in third place was J.M. Ember, owned by Candy Gilliland. Next up is our next heifer class, or females born between January and February 2025. Class number 1301. We need 5685, 5699, and 5692. For those of you out on the plaza outside of the Livestock Pavilion, come on in. This is the most unique livestock show at the Colorado State Fair. These are Texas Longhorns, and they are descendants of what started the cattle industry in North America after the Civil War. This is them, and you need to be aware of that. Meat doesn't just come from the grocery store. This was the beginning.
All right, well, we might as well get some controversy going, but today I'm the judge, and I guess you have to listen to me. I'm going to surprise you what I'm going to do in this class, and I'm going to talk about it as I talk the animals, so bear with me a little bit. I am going to start with your tag number 5699, which is our red, I'm going to call her your red and white female. So my job today isn't to find the big one or to find the heavy one. My job is to find the most quality and the most potential in these young females. And here's what I like about our red and white female. She's very correct in the shape to her hip, the set to her hock. She shows some center body and kind of maternal appeal already as this very, very green young heifer. She's really nice in the femininity and horn shape that she shows. And so I just appreciate those things about her, and I'm going to let that be what guides me in this class. In second place, we're going to go to our speckled female, which is 5692. And I think it's easy to see that they're the most alike, and they kind of follow that same pattern. She is a female that gets a little cow-hawked and gives up and maybe just a little bit in terms of stoutness. She's a slightly frailer heifer, but a really beautiful, angular, correct type of female. And then we come in third place to 5685, and it's probably the one that has everybody scratching their head about me being a judge, and I want to try to explain why I've done what I have. There is no doubt she's the biggest female. There's no doubt she has the most pounds. But in general, we're not seeking that in the Longhorn breed. We don't want to give up all performance and growth, but we really go to skeletal integrity and quality. And here's the things that concern me just a little bit on a big, beautiful, wonderful, growthy heifer. She gets a little straight in the angle to her shoulder, and what that does is it shortens up her neck and her extension through her front third, and it throws her balance off a little bit. And if you notice, when we get her out on the move, she tends to roach up in her spine. So I don't want to overly beat up this high-quality, beautiful female over her structure. But in terms of ideal structural design, I actually have a few reservations, and we're trying to extrapolate forward on these females and think, what will they look like as they become 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old females? And I would just like to improve her structurally a little bit. But now we've beat up a really nice, beautiful female. So congratulations to all 3 exhibitors on a really nice class.
Results in our older junior non-haltered Texas Longhorn female class, 1301. First place, 5699. Grace Red won. The rest of the name was cut off, forgive me. Owned by Lana Pearson. In second place was Longhorn Faith, again owned by Lana Pearson. And in third was Gunman Sequoia, owned by Travis Casey. Now we're going to go to our champion in the junior. Our champion junior non-haltered female drive. We'll have our class champions and our second place return to the ring. In first place from our first class is Iron Line. First place from our second class is Windy Point Grace Red. And our second place from our first youngest class, Emmylou Hayes. And in second place, Windy Point Longhorn. So the heifers coming back are for the champion junior non-haltered female division. Once again, we'd like to recognize the sponsors for the special award that was given earlier this morning. Friends of the Mountain and Plains Longhorn Association, Nina and Nell Clemenson, Philip and Tony McGilliard, and the Colorado State Fair livestock staff were the sponsors of the award that was given earlier.
All right, so I'm going to talk my decision a little bit as we talk about the cattle. I am going to use your 56.99 for your champion, and I just want to highlight what I'm seeing in that female and what's so desirable about her. She is just a female that stays very correct in her angles on both ends. She's a little bit longer toed, maybe has a little more length to that pastern, so I'll fault her a little there. But just in terms of femininity, balance, and structure, I think she has an advantage, so we're going to use her as our champion. Beautiful female. I'd love to see her down the road. And then in reserve, we are going to go to 5686. Which is our class winner, and I'm going to just look at her tag and make sure I'm not getting myself in trouble. Yeah, and so this female has an advantage in terms of a little bit of ruggedness and probably a little more top to her and muscularity, but she is a female that when we see her move around this pen, she tends to click a little in those pasterns, she gets a little upright, she gets a little bit front heavy, and again, we're talking the negatives, but a really beautiful female to be reserve in terms of her stoutness, muscularity, horn shape, just an extremely desirable female, and I think a good logical reserve in this class. Congratulations.
Results of our champion junior non-haltered female is entry number 5699. That is Windy Point Grace, red, owned by Lana Pearson. And our reserve champion junior non-haltered female for the Texas Longhorn Show in the junior division is entry number 5686. And that was your champion heifer from the first class, Iron Line, owned by Mr. Travis Casey. Now we'll move into our older female categories and class 1304. These females were born between September and December of 2024. We need entry number 5701 and 5549. 2 entries in this non-haltered open arena class. Oh.
All right, for these exhibitors, they don't always know if they're going to have competition in their classes, and part of today isn't just about the competition, but it's kind of showing other breeders and the spectators what they have. And so we have a single entry here, a super nice heifer. She actually comes at us with a lot of soundness, correct in her angles, hits the surface with the kind of softness that we like to see and appreciate that about her. Maybe like to lay her scapula back just a touch, pull her neck just a little different out of her shoulder, but an extremely beautiful, very nice Longhorn female. Congratulations to the exhibitor.
Results for class 1304 is entry 5701, Windy Point Wilma, owned by Lana Pearson. Next up, class 1305. Originally we had 5 entered. We have 5700, 5698, 5550, 5683, and 5684. These females were born between May and August of 2024.
All right. So we've got 4 animals in front of me, and I think every one of these females is here for a good reason, and they offer a lot. So I'm going to have to, again, go back to my kind of list of priorities, and I'm going to place them how I see them, and I'm going to talk through that, so hopefully you can at least see my perspective. I am going to start with your tag 5683. So this kind of brindle or bay and white female, to me, is the combination female of the class. She is definitely sound. She's correct in her angles. She hits the surface right. She has the right angles, not only behind, but also in front in her shoulder. She comes out with her neck very appropriately. She is a big-based horn, maybe a little more than I prefer in a female at this stage of the game. But we definitely know that she is going to have abundant horn growth, and there's no doubt about it. And this breed, like any breed, as you're trying to achieve something or hit for optimals or maximums, there's a few growing pains along the way. And like I say, the female I'm starting with, no doubt she's going to have tremendous horn spread. I'm going to go to a female next, and I'm going to go to your kind of red-necked, red and white female. I'll start with a little bit of a criticism. I'd like to hold her together a little smoother. She gets a little high right there in her sacrum, and I'm trying not to beat her up for that. I'd like to level that out like I think we all would. But she is a big, rugged, very athletic type of female, very sound in how she utilizes her skeleton to get around. So we're going to reward her for that and put her in second. Then we've got some trade-offs between third and fourth, and I'm going to use your real dark kind of speckled heifer, which would be tag 5700, and I'm going to put her in third. I'd like to maybe get her hocks pulled out just a little bit. That's one thing I falter for. She's a little narrower through her muzzle, but after those criticisms, beautiful horn shape and growth. Very sound female, maternal in her design, really gets around the ring with a lot of skeletal integrity. So we're going to reward her for that. And then the heifer we have that I'm going to put in fourth place today, our kind of flea-bitten or really speckled heifer, just gets in a little bit of trouble in this class for the amount of balance that she has. She tends to be a little straighter shouldered, a little roached in her spine, not quite as correct in her angles. Still a really beautiful female, no doubt about the horn growth that she's going to offer. And so just 4 really high quality females that I think could be worked or divided, sorted differently by each judge, but that's my rationale and how I see them today, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results from class 1305, your Longhorn females born between May and August of 2024. In first place was Iron Cowgirl, number 5683, and that was Travis Casey. In second place, Windy Point Peaches, 5698, Lana Pearson. In third place, calf number 5700, Windy Point Charlotte, Lana Pearson. And in fourth place, 5684, Miracle Checks, Travis Casey. Up next, class 1306, we should have 5 head. Have entry number 5541, 5719, 5691, 5560, and 5697.
All right, I think this is a really enjoyable set of heifers to look at. There's quality from top to bottom, and that says a lot. I think it's a really beautiful set of females. Imagine these out on some green rolling hills in southeast Colorado with calves at their side as they'll mature, and that's about as pretty sight as you can find. I'm going to start with your brindle and white female, 5697. I think this is a really exemplary type of Longhorn female for us. Very sound, very athletic, very correct in her angles. We've talked that a lot this morning. And as we start to evaluate these cattle, we kind of need them, especially as they get older, just to check those boxes. Plenty of rib shape, beautiful way that her neck pulls out, and still being very Longhorn in her type. Great horn shape and growth. So just a really nice high quality female. Next, we go to our brindle female, which is 5541. I think she really follows the pattern of our first place heifer. Both these females are very more than adequate in their growth and performance. And again, it's not a contest based on that, but when they've got quality and some of that mass, dimension, growth, and performance, then we really got to reward that. And those are two females that I think do a beautiful job of checking those boxes. In third place, then, we are going to go to 5691, which is a female that, again, is much like her type of the two ahead of her. Maybe like to just give her a little more cushion in that pastern, maybe give her a little touch more center body, but still a really good female, balances up very good from the side and follows the pattern of our first and second place animal. In third, I'm going to go to... And I'm sorry, I got to make sure I got the right number. 5719, that is correct. So this is a female that got to really appreciate just the mass and substance that she brings. I'd like to shorten her pasterns a touch and give her a little more depth of heel. And I do not want her to be choke-throated, so please make no mistake about that. I accept all the breed type that the Longhorn breed offers, but she is a little deeper chested in addition to having more dewlap, and it throws her balance off just a little bit. And unfortunately, that's going to cost her in a class of really high quality heifers. And then in last place, we have your black and white heifer that is going to be 5560. This is a female down the road as she grows and matures, may run with the best of them. But today, at least in this class, she's a little straighter shouldered, not quite as ideal in her angles. As a consequence of that, it makes her look a little shorter necked, maybe not quite as balanced from the side, but all really good, high quality females and just beautiful representations of the breed.
Results of Class 1306. In first place was Pocahontas, owned by Lana Pearson. In second place, Eye of the Tiger, I.M. Barr Longhorns. In third, Sunny Lady, Travis Casey. Fourth, BW Flash, Tom and Regina Caulfield. And in fifth, Zesty Stone, owned by Travis Casey. Now we're going to roll into Class 1307. These females get a little older, and these cattle were born in February 2023, and we have 6 head that will enter the ring for Dr. Leone to evaluate.
All right, so another fairly large class with 5 entries, and I think there's a lot of good quality all the way through them, but we'll talk them as I see them today. I'm going to start with your tag 5722. She happens to have the calf in this class. That doesn't give her any advantage, but here's where I see that she really comes in strong. While still maintaining all the breed character in the world that you would want, she is the female that's the most correct in her angles. She's the most athletic and far-reaching in her stride. She's the most correct in the angles to her hocks. And I just really appreciate how maternal she is in her design, offering such beautiful horn growth at this stage of the game. So I think she's a really nice, logical female to start with. In second, we have 3058. And I think there's a lot of give and take in our second and third place heifers, and so I just want to acknowledge that. I'm going to go with your kind of lighter brindle and white female. Start with just a small criticism. I'd maybe like to lay her scapula back just a little bit and pull her head. Yes, a little better. But another female that to me just really follows the pattern of what we've been looking for today. Sound, she's adequate in her center body and maternal design, but she's very adequate and excels in her skeletal design as well. So really a combination female. Terrific horn growth, love the curls she's starting to show. In third place, we go to a big, massive, rugged type of female, and that is 5706. And I would suspect, I don't know, maybe she's in calf, but she's a female that shows a lot of maternal design and capacity. Love those things about her. And so I really compliment her for that. But she is a female that gets a little heavier in her chest floor and maybe not as ideal in the shape of her muzzle and skull, and one that just doesn't quite balance up like the two in front of her. From there, we go to fourth place, which is 5559. And so this big blonde and white female here, love her horn growth, love how much she shows there, love her length of side, how really athletic she is. But a female that in this class just, again, gives up a little bit in terms of balance, and that's still really important to us, while really maintaining the breed character. And a female that's maybe not as correct in how her pastern meets the surface, and so we'll leave her in fourth. And then our dark red female is another really nice female. Congratulations to the exhibitor, but one that to me definitely starts to get a little off balance, straighter in her shoulder. And by being off balanced, what I mean is if we put a scale up to her navel, she tends to be front heavy. She's deeper at her brisket than any other point in her body. And for me, as they start to develop and grow and become maternal, that just really throws them off and distracts from the quality. But in other words, a really nice set of females, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results of class 1307. In first place, Patriot Country. Breeder was Painted Skull Ranch. Second place, Vanna John Lana Pearson. In third place, TCR Angels Envy, Jeff and Jordan Widows. In fourth place, Bandy LCR, owned by Travis Casey. Fifth, Spans Iron Ace, again owned by Travis Casey. That was the conclusion of class 1307. Now we will move into the champion senior non-haltered female champion drive. So we need the class winners from the senior age category. We need Wilma, 5701, Iron Cowgirl, 5683, Pocahontas, 5697, Patriot County, entry 5722. Those are your first place non-haltered females from the senior division.
All right, well, if you've stepped in from the fair to watch the Longhorn show, welcome in. A couple of interesting facts. The Longhorn numbers in the 17 and 1800s numbered in the millions. There was 1.5 million or so Longhorn cattle. They're descendants of cattle that reached America as settlers came in, some of those with Columbus. They kind of bred and multiplied on their own, which made them a very hardy breed. They were improved over time. I won't even say improved. They were changed some with other beef breeds like Hereford, Angus, Shorthorn, as more colonization of the Americas occurred. But you're really looking at a very historic piece of America and the evolution of cattle breeds within it and what that offered. And so it's a big glimpse into the past, but a breed that still very much is relevant and has a presence today. So congratulations to the Longhorn breeders who are preserving, improving, and stewarding this breed. So I have the task of picking my champion in reserve now, and I'm going to talk through that a little bit as we go. So I am going to start with your tag 5722, and we've talked this gal before, but what a tremendous example of the breed in terms of balance, structure, soundness. Obviously she's maternal with that calf, and I'm not letting that influence me. It's really just her overall quality that really brings her to the front. So she will be our champion Longhorn female, and they're going to bring the second place in from her class now so we can compare her against the other three we still have in the ring.
Coming into the ring now for the reserve drive is the second place female from Windy Point, Vanna John, Lana Pearson. The second place animal from class 1307 has entered the reserve champion senior non-haltered female round.
All right, for our reserve, I'm going to go to 5697, which again I think is just a female that stays really tight within the kind of breed standard or the image that we have set for what we're wanting to select. Super beautiful female in terms of balance, horn growth, structure, soundness, and so just a great combination package. I want to give an honorable mention to the second that came in. I think there's a lot of decision in that, and I think that light brindle and white female is extremely high quality. Judge's opinion today, but that is another really good Longhorn female that I think has a lot to offer. So congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your reserve results in the reserve senior non-haltered female drive was number 5697, Pocahontas, and Lana Pearson was the owner of Windy Point Pocahontas, and then somehow she traded with our boss, Robin Toft. Robin's going to write a big check after this show because she bought all the champions. All right, so now we're in our grand champion non-haltered female, and this includes our seniors and juniors. Mature females are coming up next, but this is the grand champion non-haltered female drive of our junior and senior females.
Well, there's all the color, quality, and horn you'd want to find. So beautiful champion drive. I'm going to go ahead and stick with our older females. I think these young calves have a lot of quality and a ton of potential, but they just happen to be up against those senior females that are just so good and all the proof in the pudding. So we're going to let 5722 stand as your champion, and our reserve will be 5697, which will be using both the older females from that previous division. So congratulations to the exhibitors.
Your grand champion, overall grand champion between senior and junior, non-haltered Longhorn females is entry number 5722, Patriot Country, and our reserve grand champion, Longhorn non-haltered female, is 5697. Now we're going to move into our mature female category. Class 13-12 are females born in 21 or 22. We have entry 5723, 5552, 5539, 5557 I thought was a scratch. No? Pardon me. 5552 didn't want to come out of the pin, so we will continue on without her, but then we do need 5540. So, attention in the barn for class 13-12. Could we please have 5723, 5539, 5557, and 5540. Those are your Longhorn females born in 21 or 22. In your Longhorn Breed Association, these females are considered mature. So, three years old or older. For you outside state fair goers that have paid your gate fee, I invite you to come in and see these females. We're getting into some horn width and thickness. This is some pretty neat stuff to view, and this is why you come to the Colorado State Fair. You can buy a hot tub any day, any time. You cannot see cattle like this every day. This is pretty cool.
All right, I think this is a little bit of a challenge to compare these animals. They're all really different right now in terms of where they're at in their production cycle. We have 2 cows with calves in here. We have a cow that's really full of a big calf inside of her that I don't think is very far away from giving her owner another one. And then we have a female that's dry and doesn't at least appear close to calving, but that really does put these females in very different production clothes and parameters to evaluate them. I am going to go ahead and start with 55, 57, and she happens to have the bigger calf in this group. That doesn't really change how I see her, but she does some things that are really remarkable, and I think we can start with her horns because she definitely has that lateral extension and width that's really tremendous. I don't know what she measures at. Ideally, I'm not completely sure of her age, but we know at some point we want to see her over 60, and even if she can get to closer to 70, then that's a female that's really going to stand out in the Longhorn breed. But in addition to that, she is a very beautiful maternal type of Longhorn cow. She's very correct in her structure, and so she's just such a nice balanced combination animal for us to start with. In second place, we're going to the red Longhorn cow that's carrying some extra body condition from where she's at, but really a beautiful female with so much presence. She may not have the speckle or the wider color. She's got an itch on her belly right now, but just another female that's so pretty in terms of her overall balance and just how smoothly she ties together. Her body condition helps that some, but I think she'd do it whether she had that advantage right now or not. So just a really high quality female. Then third and fourth, I think there's a lot of trade-offs, and we could probably argue these all day. I'm going to go and ahead to our big brockled, really loud color, kind of almost measle female. I would like to see her either looking more eminent that she was going to calve or maybe have a calf at her side. But she's so tremendous in terms of her horn growth, and where she really excels over our white cow with the calf is in her balance, and she's not ideal. I'd like to do some things to improve her balance, including the angle through her shoulder and some different things, but I still think she has an advantage over our white cow. I really appreciate the white cow has come in with a calf today. She's obviously working hard. She's got tremendous horn growth. But a female that I'd maybe just like to improve her structure a little bit, and there's a lot of classes she could hold her own, but in here she just gets up against some competition that makes her just a little tougher. But otherwise, congratulations to the exhibitors on a really nice class of aged or mature Longhorn females.
No, female. Okay, results from class 13-12. Females born in 21 or 22. First place, 55-57. Time to light, Tracy Cavas. In second place, Sangria 14, number 5540, I Am Bar Longhorns. In third place, Windy Point Van Canal, Lana Pearson. And in fourth place was our Indian Maiden Painted Skull Ranch. Now we're back to class 1313. A little bit older females coming. These were born in 2019 or 2020. So we have 5704, unless they tell me differently. We have 5704, 5556, 5703, 5707, 5696, 1131, 5720. Let's take some time now. If we didn't introduce Dr. Richard Leone from Fowler, Colorado, give you a little bit of his background. He is a Shorthorn and Red Angus producer. He owns Peak View Animal Hospital in Fowler, and he has judged shows around the nation, and he was past president of the American Shorthorn Association. And he's been exhibiting and producing cattle since he was about 17 years old from Colorado Springs and then down to Fowler, Colorado. His knowledge and evaluation is very, very detailed. He loves to evaluate cattle. Class complete, and with calves at their side. Come on in, folks. Don't be shy. Your lunch will take a while, and you need to come see these creatures. This is pretty cool. This is the origin of the North American cattle business. These are descendants from those historical longhorns from the Southwest.
All right, well, if you're walking into the Longhorn show, welcome in. I'm judging these mature cows today, and so we're going to talk about their placings and how I see them. I think there's definitely some give and take in this set of females and some different things to do with them. I'll let you know how I see them. So I'm going to start out with 5720. So this speckled female is one that I think just combines a tremendous amount of strength and power. Maybe like to improve her balance just a touch, but she is carrying a big set of horns, and when they carry that much weight, especially at this age, those females definitely start to show that some through their crest and through their shoulder, so we have to be a little forgiving of that. She's got tremendous horn growth. She's a really beautiful uddered female, super sound, really athletic, and so just so much good to tie into in our first place. In second, I'm going to a little bit different type of female in 5707. She is a female that has a little disadvantage just because she's carrying more condition. She doesn't have a calf at her side today, but a really beautiful female, tremendous spread and width to her horn, balances up, very sound, just a really nice female and very consistent with the type we've been looking for. In our third place heifer, I'm going to 5704, and to me this female is really different. What a beautiful front end on her. She is so elegant, so feminine, so maternal in that. I'd maybe like to just change her hip just a little bit, drop her sacrum down, but otherwise a female that's just so up-headed and so elegant in how she moves, and you got to really appreciate how correct her structure is for her to do that. In fourth place, we go to 5703. There's no doubt she's a cow. You got to love how much body condition she carries, even though she's in production. She just gets a little shorter sided, little straighter in her shoulder, and just doesn't have as much skeletal extension as some of those females ahead of her. But what a tremendous, beautiful, broody, easy fleshing type of female. In fifth place, we go to 5556. This is a female, 5556, follows the pattern of the female in front of her quite a bit. Easy fleshing, really easy to look at, ties together really smoothly. But a female that if we could give her just a little more extension skeletally, we'd really like that in an ideal sense. Then we get into our sixth and seventh place animal, and now you're going to think I'm contradicting myself, because these two females are both females that carry a huge amount of skeleton. They just do it in kind of a coarse pattern. While they're long-sided and tall in a framey sense, they just don't come together with quite the angles that we would like to see, and it actually becomes to their detriment as they're just a touch harder fleshing and just not quite as balanced. Tremendous horn on them. Again, we have to give up a little bit of the balance because of that horn growth, but females that I think at this stage of the game and this level of maturity should just show us a little bit more rib and kind of a productive center in terms of capacity and ability to be a brood cow. But otherwise, super nice class of mature females. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results of class 1313, those are 2019-2020 model females. In first place, Country Girl from Painted Skull Ranch. Second place, entry 5707, Corona Rita from Jeff and Jordan Widows. In third place, Dusty Lady from Candy Gilliland. In fourth place, 5703, Midnight Blue from Candy Gilliland. In fifth place, 5556, Clear Game Travis Casey in 6th place, 56.96. Sister 2 M2, Lana Pearson, and in 7th place, entry 1131, Gnarly Gal from Regina and Tom Cofield. That's the results of Class 1313. Next up is, when they are ready, old 5696 just wants to pick a fight, so we'll let her go down the alley by herself. And once we get her out of the road and pinned, we'll bring in Class 314. We have 2 females that were born in 2018 that qualify under the Longhorn rules, 55-55 and 57-05. They were born in 2018. That was a real quick 7 years ago. Class complete. These are our 2018 year model females. Both pairs. The 2025 Colorado State Fair Longhorn Show is being live streamed by ringsidelive.co. And our photographer is Beverly Englert. BeverlyEnglert.com. She will be available for your Colorado State Fair backdrop pictures.
All right, we're getting into more aged females, and even though it's a small class, we have a lot of quality here. I'm always surprised, and I have judged Longhorns for probably the last 7 or 8 years, not consistently or constantly, but I've been allowed that privilege. And I'm always amazed when you review or look at the breed's guidelines for type and kind and quality, and I think they do such a great job of this, of placing emphasis on balance. They want some depth to the rear flank, as is adequate. They do want to see capacity. They do want to see structural integrity. And I think they do a really good job of describing that without sounding like they're trying to make them something they aren't in terms of, a terminal sire breed or a British breed. So I just really appreciate the breed. And to me, that's what kind of guides the decision in this class. So I am going to start with 5705, and I appreciate she's not the biggest outlined female. She's got a very unique kind of spiral or curve to those horns. That's going to give her a really good horn measurement. But she's the female that, to me, carries enough center body that we know she's going to be productive in any type of forage-based setting, and she does it with balance and eye appeal. Maybe not perfect in her structure, neither female is, but really good females, and I just think she really exemplifies what that breed is trying to emphasize. Our heifer, our cow in second place, 55-55, is a tremendous female in so many ways with her own merit. She's big and rugged and big outlined, and she's a little bit unsure of us putting her in here today. She's raising this huge heifer calf, so you can see her ability to transmit growth. But again, we don't necessarily want to make growth or extreme growth a priority. And this female just gets a little straighter in her shoulder. As a consequence, the floor chest ends up becoming the deepest part of her body, and we just want to see a little bit better balance and a little more rear flank, and that's a lot of words to beat up on a female that carries so many positive attributes. So I don't want to overly state those things. Tremendous width and spread to her horn, beautiful upheadedness, very sound and very mobile in the way that she moves, but just a female that when we really start to hold them to that standard gives up just a little bit. But both very nice females. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results from class 13-14. These are your 2018 model Longhorn females, and they were pairs. They had calves at their side. First place, 5705, Little Mo from Candy Gilliland. And in second place, Clearwater from Travis Casey. Up next is our 2017 females, born in 2017 and prior. So most of these, one was born in 2013. Oh, I can't, anyway. So entry number 5554, 5553, 5695, and 5690. Tom, did they scratch? I have three head in the class 13, 15, 55, 54, 56, 95, and 5690. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you could join us for this afternoon's Texas Longhorn Show at the Colorado State Fair. It's good to see you. Eat your lunch at the tables.
All right, if we do our job right, as we hold to our parameters and our guidelines for what we want to see in females, we start to see the rewards of what we've selected for. And I think that this female that I'm going to start with, which is 5690, is just so exemplary in that. She is a female that is just so correct and ideal in her structure. She does something almost a little, we could almost take it to a fault, but she's so relaxed in her spine, and we actually like that because her scapula comes back at the correct angle, and she just gets really comfortable. She carries a ton of center body. I'm not evaluating the calf, and if I would, I actually would criticize it on a few levels, but the thing that there's no doubt she's done with that calf, even though she's ending her lactation, is that because of her center body and her maternal appeal and her comfort structurally, she no doubt is raising just a whopping calf. So in terms of production, it would signal that we're correct in our priorities and how we place them. So just a very beautiful female in 5690 in terms of balance, maternal appeal, and structure. In second place, we go to 5554, which is kind of our tan or blonder female with this black and white calf. And she follows that pattern a lot. Very similar in her type. Another female that is set back in the angle to her knee, correct in her hock, and it just makes her so comfortable to get around. And all three females in this class are beautifully horned. They carry all the breed characteristics you'd ever want to see it, but they do it while still being a lady and leaving no doubt in our minds about that. In third place, we go to 5695, and this female in this class happens to be third, but she could hold up to a lot of competition. She just in this class gets a little off balance in comparison, maybe a little coarser headed, but still a really productive, functional, maternally driven female. That really is what this breed's all about. So congratulations to all three exhibitors.
All right, results of class 13-15. These females were born in 2017 or before. First place was Mandolin Rain from I.M. Bar Longhorns. Second place was Daisy from Travis Casey. And in third place, Penelope from Lana Pearson. Now we'll have our grand champion mature Texas Longhorn female drive. So we need Mandolin Rain back. She's here. Then from class 13-14, we need 5705, Little Mo. From class 13-13, we need Country Girl from Painted Skull Ranch. And in class 13-12, Time to Light, Travis Casey. If we can have those mature females come back for the grand champion mature female drive, we'd sure appreciate it. We know it takes a little time and organization. This is a very unique livestock show at any state fair, county fair, national western. No other cattle are exhibited like this in the country.
All right, so we're going to pick our champion mature female, and I just like to step back and look at these four females. You know, for the producer, there are so many acres of unutilizable forage in the United States that can't be farmed, they can't grow any type of crop, and it takes an animal that is rugged and able to harvest those really non-palatable forages and turn those into some type of usable protein source for us as humans, and I think that's a tremendous thing. And so while we're showing livestock and we can appreciate the horn, the beauty, the prettiness of these animals, they also have an important function, and I think all four of these females do a great job of that. I am going to use your first place animal from the last class. And that'll be 5690. And I just think she is really exemplary in terms of structure, balance, eye appeal. She does so many things right, and just a tremendous female. So congratulations to that exhibitor, and we'll wait now while we bring in the second place animal from that class so we can see how she holds up to these others.
Congratulations to 5690 Mandolin Rain, I.M. Bar Longhorn Cattle Company, Mandolin Rain is your grand champion mature Texas Longhorn female in the non-haltered category. Mandolin Rain. We're bringing in Daisy from Travis Casey. She's entry number 5554, and this will be your reserve drive for grand champion mature female. These females range anywhere from being calved at 2022 clear down to 2013. In fact, Mandolin Rain was our oldest entry. She is 12 and still can raise a calf that beautiful. Is just doing an excellent job on the production side and representing that Texas Longhorn breed. Very ideal.
All right, and for your reserve female, I'm going to go to 5705. I think she just follows the pattern and type that we've been looking for. Tremendous female, so beautifully fleshed out here with a big calf at her side, beautiful udder, and just has so much quality in how she ties together. So we're going to let her be our reserve here in our mature females today. Congratulations.
5705 was the reserve champion mature female. 5705 is Little Mo. She claimed she came from class 1314. She was calved on February 23rd, 2018, and Candy Gilliland is the owner. And she sold that to Robin Toft, evidently. Robin's going to write a big check here this afternoon sometime. Now, it's just the computer program, folks, but Robin is our livestock office boss, and it's just fun to give her a little grief every now and then. She's done a tremendous job. When you see her, please thank her. She's the reason that this show goes off the way that it does, and she puts in a lot of work. This is a year-round position. She is not a volunteer or a part-timer. She puts in a lot of time and puts together a really good team year after year. Next up, we're going to judge some steers. The first class of steers were born in 2024. We have entry number 5709 and 5708 that'll be exhibited here in the ring once we get our pairs home. Ribbons and banners that have been handed out have been put together for you by the Colorado State Fair Authority, and there is premium money for class places first through fifth. First through fifth. There's some premier exhibitor awards that our clerk is diligently adding up for you guys. Quite a little bit of math goes into that premier exhibitor calculation. And then, of course, there's quite a bit of rules, and more rules to abide by in order to accumulate those premier exhibitor points.
All right, for the breeders and the spectators, evaluating these steers becomes much more subjective than a lot of other things you'll see happen. You've heard me talk a lot about balance, and you've heard me talk a lot about center body and productivity and maternal traits in the females, and we give up that for the steers. The fact that they are steers, they do not develop the same as a female. They're not carrying a calf each year. They also are carrying tremendously heavy horns, and that changes the shape and outline some of that shoulder and neck, because that is a lot of weight that they carry every day. We have an animal in here that I would suspect has been recently made a steer, and he's still losing some of those secondary characteristics, and down the road he's going to change a lot. So our priorities in this class are very much about horns. The thing, if you're watching this show, you might want to know is these breeders love these cattle, and they steward them and care for them their entire lives, and a lot of these Longhorn steers will lead a very normal life expectancy. But just like for you and I, our experience on this earth is finite, and in their passing, that skull and those horns become extremely valuable. They're kind of almost I won't say a memento or a keepsake, but they're kind of part of that steer's legacy of what he leaves behind. So I think that makes it a very interesting class because of that. So with those things considered, and as I see the steers today, I'm going to start with 5718. So I really appreciate this steer just in terms of his overall eye appeal and ruggedness. And I'm going to make sure I'm on the right steer and that I got my numbers right. I think this steer is just such a great example. He's got tremendous horn base and growth already. He is not by any means the oldest animal in this class, although there's not a lot of age variation in the 23s. I just think he does so many great things. He's historically and traditionally what we envision in a Longhorn steer. Beautiful color pattern, and we get to appreciate that, even if it's not how we place him. But just his overall balance, structure, and tremendous horn growth are tremendous. Next, we're going to go to our red and white steer, which will be tag 5710. And I think he follows that pattern very closely. He's going to have tremendous horns as he grows and matures, and just such a great rugged example of what we're looking for. I think third and fourth become a little bit of a decision because of the point in time when our black calf was made a steer, but we are going to go ahead and use him in the third place. I think that animal will change a lot as he loses some of those characteristics. There's no doubt he's going to have sensational horns. We're going to go fourth to our tag 5689, and really beautiful colored steer. Cannot fault him for his conformation at all. He's got a different type of horn growth. They turn down a little more than we see, but what will happen is they grow that they may very likely twist up, and he may end up with a tremendous set of horns. But today we kind of have to evaluate him for what we see. And then we have two young calves that I'm going to let stand behind him, which is potentially unfair because they've got a lot of growth and time ahead. I have no doubt they'll become great representatives of the breed. In fifth place, I'm using 5708. Today, he just kind of outhorses the littler calf behind him, but it's not really a matter of size that allows him to win. It's the fact that he just comes together conformationally a little better. Our calf 5709 that we leave in the sixth hole is a little straighter shouldered, a little rounder top, not showing quite as much horn development. But again, folks, he's just a baby and he's going to change so much, but today he's running with the big dogs. So unfortunately, these younger calves just can't compete with the older steers.
All right, and that particular combined class 1319 and 1318 were combined, and our class winner was number 5718. That was BW Moose, and he's owned by Regina and Tom Caulfield. In second place was Small Town 5710. 5710 was in second, Jeff and Jordan Widows. Third was Fonzie John from Lana Pearson. Fourth, Maverick 300, IM Bar Longhorns. And fifth were our baby calves born in 2025. Fifth was Donnie Carlos, Jeff and Jordan Widows. And sixth was Opie, again from Jeff and Jordan Widows. Up next is a single entry steer. He was born in 2021. He's 5688. After 5688 enters the arena, then we will pick our champion junior steers. Then we have senior steers, 2 single entries for seniors after the champion junior steer drive. Takes a little while to get this organized.
We've got a single entry here, but we're going to go ahead and talk him as we move him around a little bit. I think he's such a great example of how those horns change as they grow. They tend to twist and spiral just a little bit, and it's always so interesting seeing how they develop and what that ultimate growth looks like. This is a guy that's a great example of how that occurs, but a really nice, big, rugged steer, tremendous horn expansion and spread, and great representative for the breed. Congratulations to the exhibitor.
All right, that steer, Gitchy Gummy, is your first place premium getter from class 1322 that was actually split. He will compete now for the champion, grand champion, junior steer, Texas Longhorn Drive. So we need Gitchy Gummy. He's here. He's the steer that's left. Then we'll need Moose. So Moose and Gitchy Gummy, and then in second place, Small Town's coming. So we'll have 3 head of Longhorn steers in the arena. 2 are class champions, 1 is second place, and Dr. Leone's going to pick our champion junior Texas Longhorn steer.
So our individual entry steer to my extreme right was born in 21, and the 2 steers that he's competing against were born in 23. And so it's my job to kind of adjust for age and see which animals offer the most quality and potential for their age. And to take nothing away from our older steer, because he's a tremendous individual, I am going to go ahead and use our first and second from our younger classes. So it'll be 57-18 will be your champion steer for this group, and reserve will be 57-10. And I think those steers both just do such a tremendous job in terms of their overall quality, color, horn growth, spread that they show today, structural soundness. I think they just are going to be so tremendous when you see them down the road a few more years. Congratulations.
Congratulations to entry number 5718. That is Moose. He's your Grand Champion Junior steer. And 5710 is Reserve Grand Champion Junior Texas Longhorn steer. Now we're going to go into our senior steer age division. Our senior steer age division takes a little while to get these guys back to their home pen, and then we'll bring back 5687 as a single entry, and they may, I don't know, I shouldn't speak first. What has happened in the past, we'll bring in 5687 and 5693. These will compete for your champion senior steer and reserve champion senior steer division. Kenny, Eric, and Tom are our ring stewards that have kept the classes and the cattle separated, and helps Dr. Leone evaluate our classes. They deserve a round of applause, please. They've put a lot of effort and time. These guys have been here all week. This is their last day, and still bring a tremendous attitude and courtesy and help the exhibitors as much as possible. So we'll see what the Longhorn breeders bring us. We are expecting McRen, 5687. He was born in 2019, and then 5693. Kind of welcome everybody that's kind of sniffing the door, wondering if they want to come in or not. You're going to see a tremendous pair of Texas Longhorn steers here in a few moments to be evaluated, and it's pretty impressive. This is why you come. This is worth the gate money to come to the Colorado State Fair.
So again, we've got a single entry class here, and I think this is really fun to see what these animals can look like when they're 6 years old. There's no doubt there is some serious horn growth there, and this guy represents a lot of different Longhorn steers around the country that are kept for their entire lifetime, and just really exemplifying the breed and what they can mature and grow into. So congratulations to this exhibitor. I think we're bringing another one in. That'll be a separate class as well, but we'll let this guy stand for right now.
All right, that one you're looking at is McRen. He's owned by I.M. Bar Longhorns. He was born April 10th, 2019. That's a 6-year-old steer. That is a unique hide and an impressive horn span. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, horns are hair, antlers are bone. There's a tremendous amount of protein and circulation that goes into that. And here you go. This is why you come to the Colorado State Fair right here. This steer's 12. He's been around a while. He's 12. He was calved on February the 4th, 2013. He's a single class entry too. Both of these are class winners.
So the Longhorn breed offers a lot of a lot of longevity, which means they're capable of living a longer lifespan than some cattle are, and I think this steer really exemplifies that. That is a bunch of horn growth, just such a tremendous example of the breed. Congratulations to this single entry, and now I believe we're going to compare these two and place them. So give me just a minute to look at them, and then we'll talk it.
Now we're going to determine who your champion and reserve champion senior steer are. Both are class winners. We'll go into champion senior steers. After these two are called or determined, then we'll go into our overall grand champion steer.
So I have my decision made, but we might as well have a little fun because I think this is completely subjective. How many like the first steer that came in more? If you do, raise your hand. How many like the second steer that came in more? Raise your hand. Well, I appreciate that. I got to tell you, I think there is a lot to consider here, a lot of differences between the two animals, and I'm not going to be a crowd favorite today. I am going to go with the younger steer over there to my right. I think in terms of horn growth and spread and width, I think both steers are very equal. I so respect what our older entry's doing still here. He's starting to get a little over in his knee, really coming up in that chime and doing some different things representing his age, and unfortunately, just like for me, we all have competition with the young bucks at some point in our lives, and we have to start to concede some things. And today, the slightly more youth that we see in the steer to my right is going to be our champion, and reserve will be our older entry. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
You bet. Our champion senior steer is number 5687. He was born in 2019. That's McRinn. And if that isn't natural camouflage right there, folks, imagine being horseback coming over the ridge and trying to find that steer in the brush. He would be hard to see until he got up to tell you where he was. And then our reserve champion is that old man right there. He is 12. He was born February 4th, 2013. He's kind of looking for water and feed. He's going to let Dr. Leone knows what he thinks of that decision here real soon. And he is your reserve champion. And old Brendel, he's looking around. He's sizing everybody up. And we'll just see. Both steers are going to stay in the ring because we're going to determine our grand champion overall Texas Longhorn steer. So we're going to have 5718 and 5710 return to the arena. And like I said, for those of you outside that are getting a beer or getting a hot dog, come on in, or even ice cream. You need to see this. This is pretty unique. This is why you come to the state fair.
So I'm going to go ahead and talk these and not take too much time. These big steers are not sure they how long they want to be here. They've put up with a lot of things. Here's my rationale. I think that the two younger steers are tremendous individuals. And if I tried to extrapolate forward, I think they would give our two older steers a big run for their money. But they have to do it, and they haven't done it yet. So out of respect for our two older steers, the fact that they're here, they've survived all the intrinsic perils and odds that livestock have to endure. They're here, tremendous horned growth, absolutely beautiful representatives of the breed. These younger steers, I have no doubt, will have their day. I'm actually pretty partial to them, but we are going to acknowledge the steers that have done it and brought it today. So we're going to go with our champion in reserve from our older steers. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our steer show, and our overall grand champion steer is your champion senior steer, 5687 McRinn. And then old Poco sitting right here is just staring at me. He's going to get me to shut up one way or another. He's going to be your reserve grand steer. Poco is 12 years old, ladies and gentlemen. And old Brindle, he knows the way home. They're smart. You can't underestimate their intelligence, their instinct. They smell water, they smell feed, and if they don't like something, they know where to go. And from our tabulation, our tabulation superintendent has told me that the premier exhibitor winner for the 2025 Colorado State Fair Texas Longhorn Show is I.M. Bar Longhorns. Congratulations to I.M. Bar Longhorns. They are your premier exhibitor for the Colorado State Fair. I hope you enjoyed our show. Like I said, you won't see an exhibit like that anywhere else. And thank you for coming. Thank you, our ring men. Thank you, Dr. Leone. And ringsidelive.co has that live streamed. And Beverly Englert will be available for backdrop pictures if you want your steers and females taken with the Colorado State Fair backdrop.